Welcome back, everybody. Just get this set up so we can see the game instead of my beautiful face, which is looking a little bit tatty. I need to get the razor out. However, thank you everybody for joining me. I am Mr. JP. The game is Out of Ore, and yeah, it's about 11 o'clock in the evening. Done the chores now, so I can settle in and concentrate a little bit more on what I'm doing here. So let's have a quick little look-see around. Big thank you to all the new subscribers and old subscribers who are viewing. The first stream didn't get many views. The second stream has got a few more. So yeah, kind of surprising, really. First time I've really had a go at streaming. So yeah, it's good. So yeah, keep it coming. And if you want to see stuff, suggestions in the comments. You've given me a little quandary, fans, as well. The poll is a neck and neck: Space Engineers versus Out of Ore. So I'm going to play a bit of Out of Ore this evening, and then perhaps tomorrow during the day I will do some space engineering and come back to Out of Ore in the evening. Looks like I'm going to have to split my time on streaming, which keeps it entertaining. It keeps it varied. So yeah, that's all to the good. Now, machinery can be quite large, so I'm probably going to have to reorganize some of this. First things first, though. Map, quests, build the watchtower. The reason I don't want to really build the watchtower yet is because I don't really know where it's going to go. It's probably going to be in the way of my machinery. So I don't really want to stick it further up the hill, because that means I'll probably end up mining into it. You'll have to excuse me coughing from now on. I just did the washing up, so having polluted and contaminated my body, I'm going to pay the price. I also don't want to move this machine again with moving hoppers, so it really needs to space back a little. The hopper's in about the right place, so that's okay. That's the start of the machinery. See, I could just extend this single point machine, but I know what happens when you get a bigger machine in. So I'm going to need more than this. Definitely going to need more than this. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Now to start this now. Demolish the... That was the wrong thing. Try that. Demolish the edge of this hopper. One thing I've found with conveyors, I don't know if it still counts, but it can be best to build them sort of in a logical way from either the hopper down or from the tail back. But it is probably the easiest to build it hopper first. So yeah, that's probably my biggest first piece of advice whilst we're doing this. You got to bear in mind it's been 3 or 4 months since I built one of these things, so this is going to be fun, a lot of fun. Excuse me if my forehead starts bleeding. Whilst I was doing the washing up, it softened the scab and it came away. Hopefully it's pulled the thorn that is in there out with it. If not, I'm going to go through another week-long cycle of awful. But hey, luckily I don't pay much attention to my looks other than apologizing for them, so yeah, should be all good. Got 2 hoppers. Gonna need a merger. Going to need 7 more straight pieces anyway, so we'll have another 4 of them to start with. Gonna need a wash plant straight away. Gonna need a trommel. Yeah, jaw crusher, fractioner, fractioner. 1, 2, 3 of them. Other than roadwork use, I haven't actually found a use for this cone crusher yet. I really should. Though it does turn stuff straight into gravel, so if we get a concrete plant or something, that would be kind of handy. Yeah, a concrete plant would be nice. Something that you can feed coal into one side, gravel into the other, and get concrete. That'd be kind of awesome. Or even something that just turns and bakes gravel into concrete or crushed stone into concrete or something. It's still very well to have crafting tables and crafting in the game, but these hand crafting tables are not what the game is about, in my opinion. It's meant to be a heavy machinery game. Here we are messing around with pickaxes and stupid hand gear. It's not Minecraft. Much as I like Minecraft, by the way. But yeah, it's not Minecraft. Minecraft is the ultimate techies fun, I think, in some ways. Now, if that's going to be where the new hopper is down here, then go back to the purchasing. Let's get some floor panels. There we go. Get another 30 of them. When you've got millions to play with, why worry about it? Move those up there for the moment because they're not even in the slots where I want them. There we go. 2. Sorry, I'm nodding my head to a silent beat. My apologies. I get a lot of music in my head these days. Maybe I should listen to more and get it out of my system. I don't know. But my taste is eclectic. So yeah, the quandary you guys have given me is Space Engineers versus Out of Ore. Now, I say I've got 1,600 hours in Out of Ore, but I think I've got over 10,000 in Space Engineers. So I kind of run out of inspiration there. So you guys are probably going to have to let me know the kind of thing you want to see in comments on videos or that kind of thing, to be honest. Interesting. That looks like it's sitting on the ground and not this. Okay. We'll stick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as a base. And just see whether it will go in on that. It's only one step down that it was, but it was annoying me. Yeah, you see there? Why is that? Interesting, Stimpy. Interesting. Sorry. Old school Ren and Stimpy fan from back in the day. Gotta love it. That's a better height. Okay. That's an improvement. We're winning. Go this way a little. So I've got a barrel type thing there for the fuel, which I can move at any time, of course. Okay, yeah, this can work out. Not sure if I'm going to be able to demolish those from there, but there we go. Completed that quest. Right, that's that out of the way. I've done a quest. Interesting. That's either an emergency zip line for jumping out the tower during a fire, or it's a power cable. Looks like a rope to me rather than a power cable, but let's have a look. Might be a winch cable for winching gear up into here. So yeah, this is the watchtower. I kind of like it. It's pretty. Gives you a nice view though. Look at that. Whoa. Beautiful valley. Can have some nice roads running around the edge of this between these two mountains and a couple of mines when the other players start coming in and stuff. That'd be kind of cool. Let's just check the stream is actually running properly. Okay. All looks like it's running cool. All good. Check my Discord. Make sure there's no messages. Nope. Back to the work. Back to work, people. Nothing to see here. Officer Brady. Get rid of that because it's not where I want it to be. That fly that was dying in my light bulb last night is still there. Good luck to him. If he can eke out a living in a light bulb, he's harder than I am. Right. Doing this from down here is like the dumbest thing ever. Jeez. Let's get up there. Get on top. Oh, who sang that? Tough one. Piece of me wants to say blooming Limp Biscuit or Fred Durst or something, but it probably isn't. Whilst I'm not the biggest of Limp Biscuit fans, there's a couple of tracks that just rule, mainly on some of their older stuff, like back in the Chocolate Starfish days. Seem to remember there was it was some kind of an orchestral version of Rolling that didn't have any of Fred Durst in it, which was probably the best bit about it. It was awesome for a really big subwoofer in the back of a mate's car when I was 16. That was crazy. What was also crazy was when he spun it and put it sideways on the blooming highway. But yeah, gotta love that. Don't push small cars too hard. It's a false economy. Very false economy. Luckily, it didn't end up on our roofs, so that was all right. Okay, so there. Right. I'll stick some floor under it later. It'll be fine. You never seen a fuel tank levitate before? It's the power of my mind, like Ore Geller. One there. Oh, this is only 3 blocks wide. Oh, okay. That's not a problem. I need these floor locks to go under the fuel tank anyway. Just saw something that might be a problem. Ah, no, these will be going on the splitters. It'll be all right. Okay. I'll rebuild that up to there later on. It don't take long. It doesn't take long at all. Not putting in floor at the moment, so we'll put those up there. Put that down there. Right. We want one that way around for the second hopper and one that way around for the second hopper. Okay, beautiful. Inventory, back to the hoppers. So, all right, the current look on my face is, do I put it another block down? Why is that chucking out stuff already? Never mind. That may have been a stupid move. Okay. Jump and swing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Jump and Shout by Basement Jacks. Another classic. Okay. Lefts. Yeah, ever since surgery, my left and right's screwed as well, which is what makes me think I'm brain damaged, because I used to be pretty good at stuff like that. But hey, suppose when you've got an IQ like mine was, a little bit of brain damage you can handle. Bring me down to the top 90% of the freaking population. Or it would appear so anyway. All right, so what I'm going to do here is immediately turn my machinery to the left and build some of it horizontally in that direction. So with this is, of course, there. It just runs one into the other. And what I could do is put a single block on, run these two together and put it through a single run. I might try that initially just to save time on the build, actually. No, do what I'm going to do. Yeah, let's spread it. Let's make it bigger. Yeah, okay, that's nice. So now I need a 2 block there. Do like the multiple length conveyors now in the construction kit. It's useful than it used to be for certain applications. Right, okay. Why do I keep pressing G? Which game is that from? Railroading, of course. All right, so we've got the initial sorting drums. So these are like the first in the... forgotten about that. Okay. Scratch that idea. We are going straight off the front a bit further. So what we're going to do is, I think, put them through the sorters first and then make the turn, maybe. Not sure. See how this goes. My plan has just gone up for Swanee, and we're going to have to figure out something different. Yep. No, that won't work either, JP. Hang on. How are you going to do this? That's the trick, conveyors up. I remember. Because these will be going up here, and rich stuff will be going out one way, going out on the other. Dirt and pay dirt will be going down there, and rich stuff will be coming out through the sorters. Right. we're going to divide this one out a bit. Do something I don't normally do. Get Sister Sledge on the go. That's going to work well. Okay. But do I just make the turn again and go back the other way with it? What goes on the end here? Try the right weapon. There we go. Or tool. Would you choose your weapon? Another one. I feel like Beyonce at the moment. To the left, to the left. Another doubler. There we go. Right. So that gets me around to there. Gives me another forks that way before it has to drop. Okay. Those are the two sorters for down there. So we want the two trommel. Ooh. Why did I only buy one? Now I could use the drop trommels here, but I'm not really ready for that. Because those ain't trommels. There we go. Yeah, those are going to do that. Those will go from... Exit still works. I'll run with it. Going to be a lot of conveyors in this system, which is something that I tended to avoid previously. But I don't want to build a system that's just like a straight line for hundreds and hundreds of yards. Not this time around. So, yeah, I think it's going to have to be this. Where am I? There. Since I'm not putting fractioners in here. And yeah, this is about to get cheeky, by the way. I thought. Yeah, very cheeky. Okay. So that's going to go through to somewhere over here. Should be right underneath me. This is where the hand tools do sometimes come in useful. Or an excavator, of course. An excavator can do you wonders in this situation. Could bring the loader down here and just make a quick cut. But what am I going to do with the junk? It's going to be a block that way. It's going to be here. Texture of what I'm cutting into looks a bit like a snake skin. Or multiple pine cones pushed together. Might be able to do that with some diamond link chain. Yeah, just so you know, I'm trying to find another career, and mate of mine, he wants to build a forge. Hopefully he'll be in game with us at some point, maybe. I'm a mechanical engineer by training and an electronics engineer, so like the idea of building a forge is really not that big a problem. My biggest problem has always been fuel. They're very expensive to run, but since my life's been destroyed and I need a new career, I guess maybe I'll be able to get some assistance with retraining from the government, considering they injured me, but they don't want to know. So careful what you say. That's treason. But yeah. So this is going to be the fractioners. This digging takes forever. Yeah, but getting the loader down here will be just as awkward, so we won't worry about that. We'll just dig a little bit. Dig a little bit of this mud for you. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and I can't sing, so I'm sorry for putting you through that. You want to keep the migrants away from the UK? Just stick me on the shore with a concert microphone. I'll do some renditions of punk classics. Just don't expect me to dance the YMCA because my left arm doesn't do that anymore. I really wanted to put these inside on, but never mind. That might be the other solution. In fact, that is the other solution. I've been an utter idiot. It is a slightly more graceful solution. We'll go with it for the moment. I say slightly, it's about as graceful as a falling swan, but yeah, we'll get there. Maybe a swan on ice, maybe a cat on ice. Cats on ice are not graceful normally. I prefer it. It's good. Fractioner, fractioner. And then we want another. What do these do? Let's get the axe out. Need to see where I'm going. See what I'm doing. Because this I do want to come forward because I want a bit of drop here. Yeah. So those are going to come straight out into those two. Pair of conveyor sorters. And then out of these will come junk and nice stuff. Guess I'll put a nice set of steps in here at some point. You rat bag. There we go. All right, we'll go one back. Okay. Take that. Got to remember, this isn't Kerbal. I don't have to join the blooming frames together perfectly. Ugh. Yeah, but there's perfect, and then there's just randomly placing them when you didn't hit the block. That was daft. Right. Pretty sure a rolling mouse wheel can move the position of the blocks in and out, forwards and backwards, but yeah, need another one. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is bring this down into a conveyor hopper via a pair of conveyor chutes as we use them. I know other people who stream say that these are worthless, but I actually quite like the look that they give. So it may be that they've been fixed now and he was only saying they were worthless because they were broke at the time, but this is going to spew material out the end when I install it. Yeah, there you go. Exactly what I kind of didn't want to happen, but never mind. Definitely sort of the direction I want it to go, though, so it's all to the good. Yeah, since I'm holding it, may as well. Okay. Is that going to be... It's just not high enough. Yeah, I'll grab another one. What the heck? Let's make this a bit more sort of crazy. I've said it before. Don't copy what I do in this game. Whatever you do, don't copy what I do. Because that has gone horribly wrong. Do as I say, don't do as I do. Good old Uncle Phil. We all love a bit of Phil Collins. Not sure which bit, but yeah, we all love a bit. Lived in a village nearby, so over the years, you could catch him sometimes in the working men's club quietly having a drink. It's kind of fun. Likewise, exclusive quiet gigs by Genesis in the middle of the countryside with literally no one there. Very social, very nice, very quiet. I only got to go to 2 over the years, but a friend of mine used to go to them regularly, so that's how I got invited along. Been lucky with friends over the years in some ways. Some of them have had some extremely fun things to do. I can just get it in there. I don't know what I'm doing that for. There we go. Don't want to run those like that. Like that may well be better. No way around this. Oh, how I'm sitting better. That's right. If I'm not square to the screen, I suffer. Right. I don't know how well this is going to work out. I really don't. I might have to get down here and dig it out. But we shall see. Those aren't going to turn anything around, JP. Those are Space Engineers keys. Ah, hell. That ain't working out well. So, for that, I hate to tell you this, like, I was an army cadet with the engineers, so I'm going for it with explosives is kind of a natural thing for me to revert to. Sort of, if at first you don't succeed, blow it up. It's also a great way of clearing mines, you know. Clicking everywhere there. There we go. Why didn't I hear that at all? Oh. Okay. Let me know if this deafens anyone. Let's turn up the effects slightly. Engine volume can stay down. Okay. That was interesting. Reckon we're going to need a bit more Dreamite though. Yeah. It is only the Dreamite that deletes material now. Okay, fine. Yeah, that coal extends. Okay. How does that look? Reasonable, except it's not far enough this way. I'm not buying stuff in bulk at the moment because, like, I don't need to yet. I probably will later. That was a bit louder, but I still can't hear it very well. I hope it's better for you, but if someone who's watching wants to just let me know which way the sound needs to go for them, up or down, or what would be better, that would be great. Gonna be honest, like a lot of artists, I don't watch my own work. Always wondered why actors did that. It's like, oh, I haven't seen it. I don't watch my own stuff. Yeah. Starting to understand why. Doesn't take much for the cult of celebrity to understand it. Just get involved for a second, put yourself on YouTube, get some comments, and you will get the feeling. You don't get any other cash though. Like if you think YouTube's going to make you lunch money, unless you've been doing it a while and really big, it's probably not. Well, to be fair, like it depends on the subject material. I'm sure if I was doing explosives or something, or chemistry that makes food out of latex gloves, I'd probably be doing a lot better. But hey, food out of latex gloves seems to me to be a bad way to do business, but yeah. I do understand that it is just chemistry. I wonder if that's going to work. Yeah, let's find out. This side of it should now be working. At least for what I'm going to dump in the hoppers. Yeah, I see. The coal can wait. Consume and through it goes. Nice. That should have gone through that way. Down through there. Out through there. I just saw a puff of dust. Yep. That's good. Okay. Don't know whether the money actually went through, but I'm not really bothered by that at the moment. As long as it doesn't turn into a massive mountain of mud over here, everything will be fine. Doesn't look like it's going to, so that's cool. Right, so yeah, what I built there, you got wash plant down to a sorter. Sorter goes one way this way into the dirt, and it's going to go the other way that way and merge with the rest of the rich stuff lines to put all of the rich stuff in one box. And from up there, we've got trommels that sort out all of the stuff down to the fractioners. They're going to generate rich stuff to come back this way into the box. They're also going to have to go through another trommel, and that will generate pure gravel once we hit the stonework. That's going to a separate output because I may well want to use gravel on the roads or something. So okay, so out of here, rich stuff that way. Out from up there, we're going to have rich stuff coming out that way. If you wonder why I call it rich stuff, yes, I'm a Goonies fan. God love them. I never had the belly for the truffle shuffle though. Well, a long time ago I did, but I was also very small. I hit my growth spurt and all of that fat went inwards and upwards. I put on I think I put on 18 inches across the 2 years from school to the end of college, and the growing pains were insane. It's unreal. Once again, something that the doctors could do nothing about, but on the bright side, I understood that. Wish it'd stay in this menu when you leave that. Oh. Obviously not. They're what I'm after. I want them one block up ideally as well, because that'll make it easy to merge them. Because this is rich stuff out of there through to there. This doesn't go through a crusher or anything, I don't think, by memory. Find out. And yeah, that's going to have to be 2 blocks forward anyway, so. Hang on a second, JP. Are you being a plum? You are being a plum. Because that's rich stuff coming out, and it can just go together because it's going to be going into the same container. So the other rich stuff's going to be coming up from down there into the same container. So this stuff needs to merge here, really. Yeah. Still needs to make that turn, but not like that. Not like this. Ah, the matrix. Gonna need another two of them. First time I've really used these mergers, so it's going to be interesting. Normally I make my builds sort of as a straight through. Yeah, this could be interesting. It'll be that bit that. Here's where we find out how things connect together properly or not. If that starts leaking like a sieve, we're going to know about it. So that's rich stuff out there. Can't see it for the life of me. Don't ever ask me to do word searches. If you're trying to spot someone in the woods, I'm great, but like trying to find words, ugh. But that was never clear. Do it again. Sorry, I'm quietly singing "The Rascal King" by the Mighty Mighty Tones under my breath for some reason. Can tell you why, but it's a great video and it's a great track, so give it a go. I know that Suggs' opinion about vacuums divided a lot of people, but vaccines, and it broke up the band. But realistically, poor old Suggs' voice was gone anyway, so. Too many repeats of the impression that I get. Go with that. Hang on, there's going to be rip coming out of this as well, along with a lot of gravel. So that's going to have to go through a pair of trommels. And this way you get all the wood stockpile for doing those missions, just cutting out the space for your machinery. Nothing worse than having trees sticking through it. Looks horrible. So that's, I mean, one of the basic things with this game, I think, is to first clear your landscape. Do the wood-based missions. If you're doing the hardcore start, it's probably the way to go. So that can actually accelerate uphill at least 1 or 2. Ooh, I bet this doesn't work out. Crikey, it actually might. It all looks swizz if it actually works. If it doesn't work, it's going to look absolutely horrible. Right, so that can go back a couple of blocks. Yeah, I'm kind of in a good mood now because chores are done. It's my time. Much better than I was earlier in the day, though that may have been a nicotine shortage or a coffee shortage. Probably should go for another one of those at some point. Schmuck. Well, we'll leave them there for the moment. Okay. Incidentally, all the scratching is because I am wearing fresh clothes instead of one-day-old clothes, which means they're soaked in all that lovely chemicals and fabric softener. So it makes me itch for 24 hours. So as skanky as it sounds, I tend to wear clothing for more than a day. If I want to be comfy. I'm going out, clean clothes, obviously. Things you do to avoid nosebleeds and migraines, going to be honest. I'm not going to do this way. There's no point. Yeah, quite literally no point in doing it that way. How are we doing on the cash? Yeah, that's all right. Hasn't really made that much of a dent yet. One occasion I made up one of these machines and was suddenly like, where's my money gone? It turned out there was a little bit of a financial problem in that version of the game. It was fixed. It was one of the test ones, so. It'll never work. It will never work. You know this might not work, right? Come on, Sam. It can't be harder than blowing up a sun. Stargate, possibly one of the best shows out there, I'm afraid. Sorry if anyone liked that opinion, but funny as hell. Richard Dean Anderson taking the piss out of himself for years. The bloke's a legend. Living legend. And the recruitment work that he did for the American Air Force is just unreal. Like, pretty sure that everybody thought that they were joining up and going to go to Stargate at one point. It's pretty much these days with Space Command coming online. That isn't so far from the crazy truth. But that's halfway out because of that. Ooh, that's not nice. Oh, that's not nice. If I put it side on, it'd be one block out. Plan B. A legendary character. I miss a good skank at a gig. Yeah, this could work out. This is the most messy machine in history. I will be rebuilding this at some point. Like, there's no way it's staying this messy. Not a hope. My OCD will not allow that. And you wouldn't think I actually suffer from OCD with the way I build stuff in Space Engineers in these games. But I do. It's not the sort of like, oh my God, I've got to wash my hands, or oh my God, tidiness. It's just like, everything's got to have its place, man. Like what the hell? What are you thinking doing it like that? That's not engineering. Well, that's just not clever. I'm one of those guys who's very good in the workplace, but also one of those people that you will hate because you'll have a great idea, or the group will have a great idea in some kind of meeting, and I'll be sat there chewing on my face or pulling at my face, just like, guys, have you considered this? And they look at you like you've just exposed yourself. Are you not down with the idea? Well, yeah, I think it's a good idea, but have you considered this? And they sort of have to admit no. So then you point out the faults and flaws in it, and next thing you know, you're not really very popular anymore. And what we're going to have is a storage box over here. So what have we got here? Is all of this halfway out? No. Yeah, oh, maybe it is. Oh, I hate merge blocks. Actually hate merge blocks because we have no half block to deal with this problem. So merge that one that way, it ends up half out. Again, I Can't make a one block swerve. Swerve it, merge it. I think that's the only way to go. Swerve it, merge it. Let's see what happens here. All of this is just me attempting to get everything into one box, by the way, which is a little bit ridiculous. It's probably going to leak at all the merge joints. Let's see how it goes. So they both drop out together. And these two are half out of line at the moment. So what we got to do is to make the turn and then put the merge block in to knock them half a block back so they're all in line. Okay. Got to start remembering to buy those in pairs. When you're in the corner, if you need a one block at the start, you need a one block at the end, vice versa. So yeah. Try it with that, see where it ends up. On top of that one, it's a one blocker again. I could have just bought bulk parts in bulk and sold them back later, but remember what you're doing, Mr. JP. Remember what you're doing. This isn't your normal one. Isn't the bit I want. Yeah, okay, this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. I've probably forgotten something that's going to really annoy me, but never mind. I have forgotten something that's going to really annoy me. Why? I'm such a dickhead. Welcome to Plumpton. SpongeBob. Total SpongeBob. I need 3 one blockers. Yeah. Haven't got any in the inventory. No. Shouldn't be doing this late at night. I really shouldn't. Oh well. It's all fun and games. It looks like I did have a straight block in there. Never mind. Like the Cyclops says, fun and games until somebody loses an eye. Now we're talking. We like this Colgate flavour. Okay. You know that hopper I bought randomly without thinking about it? Turns out I do need it. I was just one step ahead of my game. There we go. Oh, you... Okay then, have it your way. So I can't come off that grid. It's going to have to come off this grid. Okay. Can't mount it to that block. Can't. That one's halfway out as well. The moment I put a hopper in down there, it's going to dump out anyway. Jingle bells, jingle away. Try it with the right tool. There we go. Now what you can do, of course, is this. I think this might work. There we go. Giving me a starting block off of the side of a straight conveyor is what I did just then. That puts the block in line with the conveyor system and so prevents the misalignment problem that I had just then. So I don't need you anymore. You're gonzo. You're gonzo. I will need you. I will need you. And I will need the hopper. Okay. There it goes. So now we can put the storage block. Floor mounted store block. I can actually handle that for this. Okay. So we've got dirt sales going that way, and all the rich stuff should be coming into here via that lot. And if there's problems with the merge blocks, I'm going to have to rebuild it all. None of the dirt made it through either. Okay. So coal should end up in that, everything should end up in that rich box. Through that one, around the top. Through that one, around the top. Bottom stuff takes crusher. Top stuff takes that, goes through the fractioneer. It should come out somewhere here, eventually. Hey, there we go. Okay. And there's my lump of coal. Well, at least the pipe work looks like it's lined up. Righty-ho, final part. Rip these out. Bonehead. There we go, that's better. I'll only go up to this level for the moment, just for ease. It's getting late, and I'm tired, and my brain is starting to slow down a little. So, and that was never clear. So that gets those two in there, all lined up correctly, other than that one. Okay. That's going to immediately spew material when I put the hopper on it, as is that one over there. Okay. On the bright side, that spewing of material will allow for another test, so here it goes. It should mean that some stuff has made it around here. It's going into the sales box. There it is. Coal, just a lot of coal. Of course, we won't get any valuable stuff through the fractioner yet. Needs gravel. Down at Gravel Rock. Classic. Everybody loved the Fraggles. Don't tell me you didn't. Probably called something else in other countries, but Fraggles are very much the Muppet Creator's territory. It might be the Muppet Creator. Jim Henson? Is that Jim Henson? I think so. Made loads of evil adverts for coffee and a few other products that were American TV. They did not pull their punches. That was hilarious. Funny thing is, they're really offensive in English terms, and yet I've met quite a few Americans who are very offended by the Tango adverts, ironically. So, yeah, different things for different people, I guess. But geez. Offended's probably the wrong word there. It's probably more like perplexed. You got a guy in his undies running through the streets with a great big yellow glove slapping people, or orange glove rather, slapping people in the face. It is kind of random, I suppose. Still, not as good as Belly's gonna get you by the Nike advert. No. Belly's gonna get ya. It's the fact that the Belly's riding a sidecar outfit always made me giggle. I used to ride sidecars for fun, and yeah, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Use up the last of this flooring. That way it's not in my inventory anymore. Damn, should have done that from the other end. Okay. So we've got giant hopper, we've got flooring, we've got that. Do a quick test before we do any upgrades. Because this stuff should give me some good stuff. It's good stuff, real stuff. I'm going to roll it. Oh, no. There we go. That's that side done test. Do the other side. You probably think I'm crazy, but it's been so long since I've built one of these that I really do have to check it's all working. I need some more flooring. Drop that in there as a test, right? Now is that? No, that shouldn't pile up there. There's a direct connect. What I'm doing is looking at the merge blocks for leaking piles of stuff coming out, that kind of thing. Got money coming in, so that's the dirt being sold. And so over here we should have, yeah, coal, gold ore, diamonds, rubies, beautiful. We like it. So we should be able to now build up some stockpiles of materials for things like keeping the lights on here. Sell 34,000 pieces of coal. So I think it's meant to be stored rather than straight sold. So yeah. Floor panels. Since 9 seemed to go in pretty well as a number there, so. Oh no, they're in 10s. Classic. Okay, flooring doesn't do the double overlay thing it was doing before. You could lay 2 floor panels that overlaid in the same square when it was red, and it was kind of bad. Did bad things. Quick way of laying floor panels: get onto that edge, 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 get onto that edge. Or you can just run down in a straight line, but all right, what am I not needing in here? Yeah, that can go for the moment. That can go for the moment. That can go for the moment. I don't need those 2 trommels. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Don't need the light. I enjoy a bit of night mining with the headlights on and everything, but I don't use the hand light much. Let's find out what's in this bit. Way. Oh, no. Oh, you rat. It's going to dig holes everywhere. No. Yeah, no. That's not good. Plan B time, people. Plan B. More floor panels. That has changed the plan. That has changed the plan drastically. More floor panels will be needed. So, vehicles time. So we're on the L11, which has got a 10 meter bucket. I don't think there's anything higher than that in those, which there isn't. Nope. So what's the difference between L8000. Oh, yeah, 300 horsepower and a lot of mass. It's obviously a much smaller vehicle. Oh, okay, so it's an L8 with a bigger engine. L10. So is there a 111? No, okay. So we've got the 165 at 21 meters squared, which will double things for over 1.5 million. That'll treble roughly my capacity. $21, $26. Okay, that's probably the best intermediate loader for what I'm doing. Let's have it. Leaves me the ability to put in another 40 floor panels. Okay. Go park up. Yeah, more floor panels. Mass was slightly out. There we go. Excuse me there. Sorry about that. Now, admittedly, with the reach on this loader, I don't need this floor, but I'm going to put it in anyway. It just gives you an idea of how long it can take you to build a floor like this against a cliff to help you out, because you can just sort of shelve your way into vertical structures quite easily. I'm going to put a bit more on this. No, I'm not. So that will stop access. But I've got 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go with that. Go with that. There she is. World's greatest heavy lift helicopter. I know what I didn't buy for this machine. That's GPS. Never mind. It's not like I'm going to be using it much to start with as I clear this up. Or maybe I will. I must have started this game in single player mode. Oh well. Because notice the tab thing's working again. Means it might not crash at the 4-hour point as well, so. What happens if it's on? That's still on the top of the vehicle. Okay. Fine. At least it's at the back of the cab now. And it hasn't crashed. It used to crash when you changed which vehicle had what on it, so. Go with that. So to set the GPS, once you got it in the vehicle like I just did, press the inventory, click set 0, which is just below this inventory. And I keep on saying it because that little hint appears to be one that a lot of people are missing out on. But you might be able to assign a 0 key to it on your lock joystick or what have you. So this should change the game a little. I know what I've done wrong here. Okay, pause this. Ugh. That isn't what I meant to do. There we go. Yeah, drastic error has been made here. Drastic error. Gonna have to wait for that machine to stop throwing out material though. Otherwise, it's just going to pile up. I'm going to need another conveyor up. And in quest buildings, I'm going to need another sell point. Which I can't get yet, of course. Got no money. Dumb. So that was like a couple of buckets full. Yeah, acres of coal coming through. Must find out if there's a way of separating coal from gravel, but I haven't got a clue at the moment. I'm sure it'll come to me. Of course, you could just dig somewhere where there's not coal and you'll get pure gravel. I could separate coal and gravel at that point with a pair of trommels. That would mean that only rich stuff would come through to here and the gravel would go off somewhere else. That would work. Yes, it stopped going. Okay. And it's stopped flowing. Right. This is probably the final little thing I'm going to do that's going to help anyone out in future. So take those out. Take that. Go to this, and I'm going to sell all of this because I don't need it. 51k. That's all right. Okay. So I wanted conveyor up and quest building. That one. Sell point. Put in a conveyor straight. Do it that way. Yeah, why not? Starting to get a headache. Hope that isn't the potatoes from dinner. No, it's, of course, washing up liquid. Salicylates, you cannot get away from them. That's why this thing is so horrible and why it does my nut. It's because I'm not getting any help with it, but it completely licks your entire life. You can't even do the washing up. Yeah, I know there's people with detergent allergies out there, but that's just detergent. This is the hand soap that you might use to get the detergent off afterwards. This is the perfumes in the soap. It's everything. Utter nightmare. So now we've got this section in here. I should be able to, to be fair, which way around is that other sell point? So I just organisationally would like to get it the right way around. Don't know if sell points will automatically clear themselves. We'll find out. If it it doesn't, delete it and get out the Dreamite. Needs to come 2 across, okay. But it's too high up like that, okay. Kaboom? Yes, Rico, kaboom. I've remembered why I turned my sound down. It's late night game. Yeah, looks better than it did anyway. Yeah, I can go low now, which is kind of cool, but at the same time not. No, mouse, come on, stop playing games. There we go. Okay, hopefully that'll work. So I can now sell all, or I could store it, so that's kind of handy by just removing that. All right, let's concentrate on some dig. Wonder how long it takes all the lead to leach out of solar panels into the water. Because it does, by the way, over time with use. They do a little bit of arsenic, a little bit of lead straight out into the rainwater. So places that have got massive arrays of them out across the fields, I wouldn't want to grow any crops off of it. Possibly not a problem with these large solar farms, but when you've got it on your house and you're using your rainwater to grow your veg, it could become an issue. Something to think about. And since they're constantly breaking down and losing efficiency, they'll only be as good as they can be on the first day you have them installed. After that, they will always be losing power. The efficiency just drops. Railings. I need railings on my hopper. Yep, the cash is starting to roll in now. And yeah, I know you're going to be saying you're wasting resources. You're going to need them for later for production of materials and stuff, but no, not at the moment. I've run a lot of material through those stupid freaking refinery things. I want one that I can wire up to these production systems. I'm sorry, I want a giant blast furnace. It's just the way I am. It's about big machines, not stupid crummy little things. Though, to be fair, now that we can actually produce more than 99 items at a time, I might give it another go. This machine is going to get rebuilt. I can feel it now. It's going to end up a four-way. I can see it. See it happening. But we'll see. Yeah, these floors along the sides of cliffs save you a lot of roller work, by the way, if you're not a fan of the grader, compactor. Or the grader for that matter, because you could use grader instead of the compactor. Just a little bit more awkward. End up with accidents like I just had with that loader. At least this one's not likely to roll. Really must find out if YouTube does an overlay for the side of the game to show that in the screen. That'd be kind of handy. No, we're all good. Okay. No, 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 no. Sound like Cleveland. See if I can get in here a bit smoother. Take a skim off the top. because otherwise that side of the machine will be throwing coal forever. Let's throw some in the other side. It's going to do the job once it's done. That's fine. A bit more important to keep this bit smooth, so take my time a little more. I won't give you my Corey Taylor version of tired. It's actually not bad. It's one of the few things I can sing is metal, especially Stone Sour and ironic, very ironic. And I only know that that sounds any good because I was singing it whilst hanging out the washing when my neighbour heard me. Since she has a daughter who is a classically trained operatic musician of the highest order, I guess she'd know singing. Who can say? But I know that I don't do like church singing with carols or hymns or anything. I'm very bad. And I know that I'm out of tune. I sing flat. It's probably why I can sing metal or something. It's all in my key signature. But yeah. Don't ask me to growl or scream, though. It really rips my throat out. Don't really like the growling anyway. It's not quite my thing. In my life, growling's bad. It means you're about to get jumped by a cat or a dog. And if you've never been a paper boy or girl, you can't understand what I'm talking about. You walk down a garden path and out the bushes is just this rumbling growl, and then the Jack Russell comes for your ankle. I hate Jack Russells. The only type of dog that's bitten me, by the way, is a Jack Russell. Twice. First time was because the owner was winding it up and it decided to bite me instead of him. Thank you, cousin. And the second time round was at a customer's house fitting carpet, and I wear Kevlar armor on my left arm because I had a little accident and opened it up and it looked like Luke Skywalker's fake hand with all the tendons, which is kind of scary. But not too bad once the bleeding slowed down. Anyway, I had to sit for 2.5 hours in A&E looking into it, and I started showing it to everyone in there, and they got me in fast to get stitched up after that. But yeah, anyhow, with this piece of Kevlar on my arm, I'm not too worried by the fact that it's attached itself to my wrist. And it's not letting go, and it's shaking like a dervish. And I've sort of picked it up till its hind legs are in the air at my head height sort of thing. And just gone, excuse me, madam, can I do something about this? And she's seen what's going on, and she goes, oh my God, yeah. So I give it a good smack around the head, and it's fallen off and gone running off yelping. And I said, I'm sorry about that. And she went, no, it's fine. Are you okay? And I showed her that I wasn't bleeding, and she started to relax a little bit. And I said, it's all right. I just got to give your dog a good smack in return for being bitten, so I'm not going to go to the RSPCA and get your dog put down or anything. And she sort of looked at me and was just like, thank you. I was like, that's cool. Because people with dogs that are a bit snappy and stuff, they're in their own home, and so you're on the dog's turf. The fact that the dog has gone for you, it's probably not a dog that she lets off the lead. So yeah, but horrible little things. They're only designed for two things: going down rabbit holes and killing rats. And when I say designed, you've got to bear in mind that Jack Russell, along with a lot of other terrier breeds, was bred for a job. So dogs got to have a job. Dogs without jobs are trouble. I've only ever really worked with working dogs, whether it's military guard dogs or gun dogs. So yeah, my viewpoint's probably skewed, completely skewed. I don't see them as a pet. They're just something that is meant to work. Trained to do a job, and it does a job, and it's very functional at it. I know they're cute and they're company and all that kind of thing, but they aren't company to me. They're just something you have to worry about. Like I have gone off two relationships because they were dog owners and they slept with the dog in the room. I can't sleep with a dog in a room. I won't sleep with a dog in a room. I know what they're like. You'll wake up and they're chewing your face. So yeah, I don't sleep around dogs. The fact of the matter is as well, something that's of note to anyone who's wondering why there seems to be more dog attacks recently. Plug-in room fresheners and certain other chemicals like citronella oil, I believe, and quite often in these are ingredients in hand creams, room fresheners, air fresheners, perfumes, what have you. But they cause dogs to have neurological trouble just like I do, and that comes out as confusion and aggressive non-compliance. So they won't obey you, they won't do anything, they won't even stop if they're attacking, because they've gone mental. And it's chemical mental, it's not genuine mental, but it also does them physical harm. It makes them really ill inside, can cause various kidney, liver problems. So yeah, if you've got a dog, get rid of your plug-in room freshener right now. Poor thing. It's got a nose that's 100 times more sensitive than yours, and you're sticking it in a room where you can really smell the perfume. It must drive them nuts. Really must. Same as noise. Everyone shouts at dogs. They've got hearing 100 times more sensitive than yours. Why are you shouting? It's like cats. You shout at a cat and it just ignores you. Yeah, that's because you're just being noisy. It's probably that its ears have got some kind of safety mechanism in, so something too noisy and it just ignores it. I know mine do. If I go into somewhere too loud, my ears actually start capping out. And so if I'm in a room with hundreds of voices, like a concert or a really loud music gig, there gets to a point where my ears, I don't know if it's the resonant frequency of my eardrums is different to everyone else's because I'm bigger or I've got funny shaped ears, but when it's too loud, it just goes mwah, like in the movies when someone gets concussion, and it's just a mush. I can only hear people by lip reading until the volume level drops back a bit, which is interesting. But it's not the ringing in my ears I get from a really loud noise. I've been near a few explosions, and that's different. That's very different. You can't hear stuffle afterwards. It's completely muffled. It's like someone stuffed your ears with cotton wool. Whereas this thing, as soon as I get out of the noise, it's gone. So there was a couple of bangs in my life a long time ago, and I swear I can still hear the echo today. One of them happened in a hangar, so that was pretty noisy. And yeah, you don't want to be near a steam engine when a mud hole door blows out either. That's kind of noisy. Likewise, the sound of a stud breaking inside a boiler when it's coming up to pressure, that's a bad noise. But that's not noisy, that's just a dull thud. And if you're stood on the engine, you can feel it, and you know you've got a problem straight away. The fact that the side of the firebox or something's bulging is bad news. That's assuming the whole thing hasn't just exploded. Or ruptured. Rupture depends on the material it's made from and how old it is, and where it happens. I've seen a side seam go on a boiler under a hydraulic test, and it just ripped open. But because it's under hydraulic, as soon as the pressure's released, it's gone. It doesn't explode. So that's why you pump them up with water after you build them to check them. That was kind of funny, actually, because it had been pumped up, and we were just gently warming it up to make sure that as the metal expanded, none of the studs leaked or anything. And it just went. Whoosh. Next thing you know, we're just ankle deep in water in the workshop, and we're like, oh. It's flowing out the door, so it wasn't really a problem. The entire workshop's basically a sheet of concrete that's just a little bit higher than the land around it with some metal walls, so not the worst thing, basically a barn. But yeah. Get some more fuel on board. That's bad. We'll stop the engine on that machine. And as you can see, reversing uphill in this is the slowest thing ever. Now you're getting why I use the concrete floor method, which I think I'm probably going to extend that way in a minute. Because on the level, these are great. You get these on bigger machines onto slopes, and it's pretty much game over. A bit like railway engines. Some of them are really powerful, but you get them onto a hill and they're too heavy. They just can't do it. A little engine will just scream up there. It's like, okay. I suppose driver skill and sand might come into that one, but yeah. Not as far as I've seen. I do like the view from up here. It's a really stupid thing, but like nice views from mountains are not something you find in southern England. You have to go a bit north for that, and I miss it. Never lived up there, but spent a lot of time in Scotland, and it's beautiful. Pity about some of the food. Only some of it. Some of it's really good. You may not believe it, but a deep fried Mars bar covered in batter is actually pretty nice, and so is a deep fried haggis. A bit of beef gravy, some chips. good. Shortbread, of course, oat cakes, Scotch cakes, Scotch pancakes, I think they're called. Also known as drop scones. Lovely. I could eat them all day. But they're all very plain stuff and stuff that I found when I was a kid at like open days and shows and stuff up there at big country houses. And my parents are like, he's eating just plain oats. What? That's really hard to dig into. Is that a lump of bedrock under there? Is that sunlight effect, or do you? I don't know. It's either sunlight effect or another material. But it's way close to the surface. That shouldn't be bedrock. He says. Maybe it's lithium. Maybe I should plug the storage unit back in. Maybe it's just sunlight. Just sunlight, that's all right. All good. It's just sunlight. Slight texture and reflection difference, no worries. I do liking the new texturing on the buckets, depending on how you dig. It goes to different shapes. It's pretty cool. Sorry, it's little things. For a while, the bucket textures weren't very good for how the dirt went in, so it's a nice improvement to see. It really is. Yeah, back up to the 500,000 already. That's not bad. Nearly there, 30 grand short. With what's in the system, we're back up to the 500,000. Trust me. Be interesting to see how long this takes to actually slow down and stop throwing out the material. I think the processing production equipment speeds have been increased, but we shall see. Is there a setting for spillage still? Not in the game options there, anyway. There used to be an option to turn spilling off and on, so I shall have a look when I am not streaming, obviously. Have a play with some settings. See whether we can get something a little bit more je ne sais quoi out of it. Right, okay. The map. Vehicles. That one. Return to inventory. I don't need two loaders on the map at the same time. That can sit down in that corner. That can go next to it. Those two can stay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the spot. I may be a giant, and I may be a health risk on the dance floor because of these long arms. You know, you start throwing shapes. Next thing you know, people around you are losing eyeballs and shoulders to your elbows. But when it comes to scratching the bit you can't reach on your back, I do not have this problem. I just sort of spread the hand out and go up and down, and the whole thing's covered. It's beautiful. There were also years of martial arts as a child to make me that flexible, by the way. I've surprised a couple of people when they've gone to arm lock me. My arms just sort of fold up on my back with the classic police arm lock, and I rotate, and they're facing me, and they look at you a bit funny, and you've got your arm around their neck. And the words, "I'm a nice guy, leave me alone, I'll come quietly." And they look at you with like, "Yeah, please don't break my neck." Always fun. It's I'm afraid there's an awful lot of police officers out there shorter than me with little man syndrome. And on one occasion in a city down on the south coast, a friend and I were walking past a bit of a violent scrap when it sort of expanded and enveloped my friend who had ginger hair, and the cry before it happened was "get the ginge," so that was bad. Anyway, my mate's fighting. I've sort of gone in, and at that point I've been grabbed from behind, and I'm like, what the fight's happening in front of me? What's going on? So I've whipped round and sort of gone round very fast, caught the guy in the head with my elbow, reversed the lock, and heard a snapping sound, which was bad. And he's in civilian clothing. I haven't got a clue. Just thought it was another part of the scrap. So I've gone to take on number two, who's coming in, who's wearing a police uniform. And I've just stopped. You know, you don't hit a copper, base level. And this uniform has looked at me, and the guy on the floor is screaming, "Arrest him, he just assaulted a police officer." And the guy in the uniform has just laughed and gone, "You didn't ID yourself, you just grabbed him." I've gone, "What? He's a copper?" "Yeah, best, he's CID." I was like, oh. So yeah, that was a bad day for me as a teenager. Spent 2 days trying to explain myself. Well, and having things explained. The words "please don't go to the reporters" was kind of funny. Got an official apology eventually. The irony is my mate was fine. He got out of it, and he was home a long time before me. Not someone I wanted to mess with, really, either. The guy was nuts. But yeah. I'm not tough, by the way. I'm just wiry. One of those people you throw at a wall and just comes back at you. Or used to be, until some doctor got hold of me and wrecked me. These days, I probably couldn't take on a toddler. I know I can't lift one out of a pram. Annoying. But I am still fairly flexible, which is kind of cool. I suppose I probably could still get into a fight. It's just no more grappling. It's time to break legs. No more Mr. Nice JP. Happens. You wouldn't believe how many times tall guys just get people walk up and punch them for no apparent reason who they don't know either. That's happened to me more times than I can count. 3 times people have just walked up and punched me in the chest. 1 just before the COVID crisis. So it isn't like a thing from my childhood. I'm assuming that's because there's a lot of ignorant idiots out there. Funny thing is, every time I've tried to start a fight, people just run. Thinking about that, it's probably only 1 or 2 occasions I've tried to do that. One of them was a bet. Of all things. One of those challenges in the nightclub. Can you get smacked just by opening your mouth? That's not a challenge. Oh, okay. How many times can you get slapped asking girls out on dates? We'll see. The answer was twice. My mate won, but he was choosing the ones that were out with their boyfriends, so that doesn't count. Yeah, it gets boring out in the middle of nowhere in the countryside with a very small nightclub, trust me. Now, let's lay some bets. I'm about to take a break and have a cup of coffee. Will this still be running by the time I've finished rolling? And is any of that actually going into that machine? Definitely don't like the way that looks anyway. It looks horrible going in like that. What's going on with this then? Okay. So I can move that, or I can install a production on one of them and see if it makes a difference. Nope. Okay. Also, most of my scrapping was 20 years ago. Say most of it. The more recent stuff has been just people walking up and hitting me randomly. That's why I don't go to nightclubs anymore. Pity, but there you go. You never meet anyone if you don't go out. But this is what I mean by overloaded machinery. This is going to get rebuilt. This is so totally going to get rebuilt because this is too long. Just way too long. And every time that you load more in, you're going to have more troubles. So I wonder if it's backlogging into the hoppers. No, it's gone through all of that. It's gone through that. This backlog is coming out of the merge blocks, for sure. For sure. Okay. I didn't want to build the long machine, but it's going to happen. Oh. Definitely Siggy time. Check messages whilst we're waiting. And check now. 2 viewers. Okay, I won't shut down stream. I'll leave it running. Some of the things that go up on Discord. My word. My word. My God. I dread to think how long that's actually going to take to run out. I really do. Get rid of that. So, the lesson here. When you upgrade to the multi-million pound machines, you need a multi-way machine for processing, for sure. It looks that way. That or avoid merging. Because I suppose that's 2 to 1. So it's going to take twice as long to go through. I actually knew that, but I wanted to try the merge blocks because I haven't built a machine using them before. And yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Especially in multiplayer, because it's just going to be twice as much stuff coming into these machines. Assuming you're working in the same area. But even if you're working in separate areas, you might just pipe the hoppers toward each other. Because a conveyor path makes quite good road, actually, for temporary use, if you build it right. So, yeah. Not liking how much material is coming out of that. Really am not. How long has this stream been running? How long have I been playing for? It's all right, friend of mine, we're in a little competition. 2 hours 15, not bad. Okay. After the surgery, my ability to do any long-term gaming was about 15 to 20 minutes because I just couldn't sit long enough whilst doing it. So this is a good way to see my improvement in the last year. Obviously got a bit more endurance. But, yeah. You're probably wondering why I'm gluing bits of paper together, but it's because I normally smoke quite big cigarettes. And because I'm quitting, I'm trying to reduce it, so I'm not using that size anymore. Gone down a little. But I have found that when I went down to the smaller size, that I was smoking 2 at a time. So to avoid that, sort of doing the whole 1.5 thing, seems to be working. Managed to halve my intake, which is good. If I can quarter it in the next 2 days, that'll be even better. Then I'll quit by the weekend. Nice. This is actually more success than I've had in the last 3 years. So it's all to the good. The longer I sit here talking about it instead of doing it, the longer it is between them. Trying to quit an addiction when you can't replace it with something else is actually really hard. Just so you know. That's why they do replacement therapy. But yeah, the fact that those replacement therapies contain loads of ingredients that I can't have is a bit of a trouble. This has got to be all raw coal from what I was digging, surely. It's a pity that the material coming out isn't the colour of what it is. Yeah, when I come back in, I'm doing a machine rebuild and we're going to separate these outputs and make it a bit more obvious what's going on with the machine. I'm also smoking tobacco that I've collected up from the bottom of old pouches for the last 6 months, so it's a bit dry and it's a bit horrible. This is how to convince yourself to not smoke. That and the beard hair. Ugh. So yeah, you'll probably see my arm going out. What I'm doing is reaching out to the bin and I'm just binning bits of tobacco that are absolutely horrible. It seems really wasteful, but these are actually combination pouch, and they contain 2 different types of tobacco, which is all right for me. Most of them contain 3, and that third one's Mellow Virginia, which is an American tobacco, obviously, I believe, from the Cape of Virginia. But it's very flavoursome and it's perfumey, and it gives me an awful headache. Likewise, a couple of other brands use it as well, whereas this one's only got 2, and the result is a much harsher, drier, more bitter tobacco, closer to a pipe tobacco. And I'm talking about it like this, but at the end of the day, get a vapor started on their vape and you'll be there for a week. I'm not keen on vaping. I'm not going to use one to replace this. I've already had one pneumothorax. Vaping's known to cause pneumothorax, so we'll avoid that. When I say it's known to cause pneumothorax, there are cases of people who vape too much and both of their lungs collapse at the same time, which is probably bad from my own experiences, because they tend to not make it. The ambulance just won't get there in time. I don't know what the response time is in other countries on an ambulance that have a decent emergency medical service. But in the UK, when my parents phoned one for me, waited an hour and a half, and then they left me here. Yeah. That was darkly ironic, because I was laying in the A&E and they'd found out what was wrong with me and just done a scan that showed I had 1 lung. And the ambulance crew that left me there came in and apologised, which was kind of horribly ironic. I don't like doctors saying sorry, and I don't like ambulance crews saying sorry. The ambulance crew, I understood it, and they probably felt a bit guilty because it's their job to bring people in who are ill. And at the end of the day, that's a massive case of freaking negligence. There's no other word for it, is there? You've got an ill patient, you're looking at them, you say they're fine, you send them home. They die. That's negligence. Or a massive lack of care. I don't know. But yeah, it was something else. Something else. At the risk of sounding like some kind of crazy, oh my god, I just broke a nail. Literally. There we go. That's better. Don't know how I just managed to break a nail on a piece of plastic packaging, but there you go. I just did. This has been the most fun part since surgery. I get these random shakes that run through my body. I suddenly jump. I've thrown more than one roll up around. I've also thrown coffee off the spoon, sugar off the spoon, a few things. It's kind of amusing. It did make me giggle. That's not going well. Let's see. You can't see it, but I've got this sort of pinned against a piece of book and a tin. There we go. Dexterity, where have you gone? One of the bonuses. There we go. Done it. Ay. A lot of effort for very little gain. And it stopped running. Whoa. That's all right then. So yeah, that's going to need some extension work. May as well put some more through it before I take my break. Nice thing about these bigger loaders, you can get up a bit higher, so you don't have to change your machinery around as often. Once this machinery is built and settled down, it'll be okay. I shall consider it over my coffee how I'm going to rebuild this one. Streaming is also helping me resist my whole addiction thing because I've just gone back to gaming even though I just rolled something and was going outside. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Real good. Ah, crikey. Just realised that's my final vice. I'm going to have to get a new vice. Like, what am I going to do instead of that? Don't know if anyone ever saw any old Red Dwarf, but Ace Rimmer. In the books, the description is Ace only had two vices. 1, smoking cigars. 2, a highly active and multi-partnered sex life. Perhaps I should get Ace Rimmer's second vice. That'd be a laugh. I suppose if I quit smoking, I might be more attractive. I only say might be, because most of the, even the non-smoking, no, yeah, no, might be. A bloke who can't put a roof over someone's head is probably not that attractive in the long-term relationship scheme, or feed you, or sire a child, or a few other things that involve, raising your blood pressure and effort. Kind of annoying. Yeah. Pity I'm not a bacteria. I could just divide and create another one of me. That'd be cool. Me again, like Mr. Anderson. I'm sorry, Agent Smith. I couldn't believe something I saw on the headlines the other day. Pamela Anderson made another movie about showgirls? Really? I remember Barbed Wire, and that was horrendous. Demi Moore's striptease was better, and that's not saying much. Was it Demi Moore? I think it was Demi Moore. It wasn't Sandra Bullock. Dark-haired lady. I know that. Long time ago. That's the 90s. Those are both terrible films as well. I'd rather watch Spaceballs than those two any day of the week. Because Spaceballs is a classic. So's Airplane. Airplane's brilliant. Leslie Nielsen's comic genius. What was that? The other series, was it the Naked Gun that he did? And of course, no one can ever forget Spy Hard. Let's take the Mickey out of James Bond stuff in the biggest possible way. With the theme music by Weird Al Yankovic as well, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Incidentally, if you're easily offended, don't watch any of the films I suggest. I find stuff funny other people don't, so yeah, in a big way. I'll be walking along with some, a few years ago, I'd be walking along with people, I'd just start cracking up and they'd be asking me why. I'm like, don't you see the humour in that? I'm like, no. I'm like, oh. But then, comedy is dead, thanks to political correctness. The majority of comedy obviously relying on offending people. You want something really offensive? Look into some German comedy from behind the Iron Curtain, shall we say. During the occupation, it's something else. They really took the mick. Like, normally I'm one of those people who struggle with other cultures' sense of humour. I normally don't get it, but the German stuff just makes me crack up. It's brilliant. I have to have it translated, so I can understand German, but don't ask me to speak it unless I've got a horrendous cold. In the same way as, well, my tongue's just not the right shape for foreign languages. I've come to the conclusion I just stumble. The dentist has said I've got a tongue that's too big for my mouth and too many teeth, so it kind of all gets tangled up. French was very difficult as a child. I can make myself understood enough for the police to take me to the embassy. What more do you want? I can give them my name and my birthday and my address. Like, do I need anything else? We were in the European Union at the time, so should be able to get me home. These days, it might be a bit harder to get home. We're not in the European Union, but there's plenty of boats. Yeah, I said it. That'd be darkly ironic. Deliberately get one of the migrant boats home because you've missed your ferry, and when you get picked up by the blooming customs and excise, hand over your passport and just look at the rescue crew just looking at you like, what? You're English? Huh? What? Why are you here? Cheaper than the ferry. Huh? Yeah, I said I'd drive. This is what I mean. There is some comedy in this, but the subject matter is so offensive that no one would ever let you publish it. Bit like Jim Davidson. Who else is really offensive? Jimmy Carr. Is he Jimmy Carr? Dark-haired guy. Really offensive. Speaks quite well. Not the sweaty man. That's Alan Carr. He's short and tiny. And Jim Jeffries, the Australian guy. Now, he is offensive. That is funny as hell. But what do you expect? You had to go to Australia to find some decent comedy. That bit of That Rock Face is weird. It's resisting more than the rest. I don't know whether that means it contains something else. The problem with this game in some ways is there comes a point when money is just no point object. Because I'm back to the mill already. Give me another hour's worth of digging and I'll have enough for the big loader, you know. It's not taking long. The big dumpers cost quite a bit. I think one of them's 6 million. So, ooh, yeah, I hadn't thought of doing that. Okay. 18 million to park 3 big dumpers onto the outputs and then just go and dump them into the hoppers when they're full. That big sorting yard that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Because if I want to build roads, I'm going to need material to build them. So that's either gravel or mud, isn't it? Or dirt, as the game rates it. I prefer mud. Dirt. Ugh. Reminds me of a terrible rallying computer game by Colin McRae. Well, it's not by Colin McRae, it just had his name on it. I think Dirt was the first one that was released after his helicopter crash. He worked on it, but it was never really approved. Colin McRae Rally 2 and Colin McRae... It is Colin McRae Rally 2, but it was rewritten for the Xbox. They were the best. Best of the rallying games, in my opinion. Just the most fun. You know, it didn't take itself too seriously, really, but it did. Yeah, Dirt was good, but it wasn't that good. Colin McRae Rally 2 and the improved Colin McRae Rally 2 were better. The Metro GR6. No one else could drive it, but I could. And once I learned how to drive it on tarmac properly, no one was getting near me. The fact that in reality they were suicide machines that killed their drivers and passengers quite regularly. I think they were the B class that was banned in the 80s. If you want to see some footage, rallying Class B. Absolutely nuts. In fact, they should bring back Class B rallying. It would be a great way to kill off stupid people. You have to watch the behaviour of the crowd in rallying in the Class B in the 80s to understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, these days, with the way that people's IQ seems to have dropped compared to back then, purely on the common sense thing, not on necessarily their intelligence. Back then, the instructions for stuff didn't include things like do not put the baby in the microwave or do not put your cat in the washing machine. You know what I mean? So yeah, bringing back Class B rally where they didn't keep the crowds away from the roads and the cars were doing stupid speeds. We're talking about speeds where there is no chance of a human reacting in time. The cars are actually faster than the drivers. Compared to these days in F1 where they do everything they can to slow them down. I suppose if you don't want to build a new track for the faster cars, then that's the way it goes, but Formula One's meant to be the pinnacle, it's meant to be the edge. There's nothing safe about the edge. So the reason racers are less flamboyant and less cool and less followable than they used to be, or at least I find them that way. Like, I can't get behind Lewis Hamilton. The guy's... I'm not even going to say it. Probably get sued. But to use it, yeah, I can't find a suitable word that's polite. But yeah, I can't get behind Lewis Hamilton. Lando Norris is a sponge. He crashed a car the other day. His Ferrari, the footage of his Ferrari crash has come out. Daddy, ban the Ferrari crash footage off the internet, please. It's quite funny because Lando Norris is an F1 because basically he's paid to be there. And yet you've got other drivers who were worse than him by a long way who managed to stay in F1 for multiple seasons. And no one knows how because they were absolutely terrible. One was an Indian guy, another one was a Japanese racer, and they were both like, one of them got hit by the safety car twice. Once when he was on foot. So yeah, how do you get hit by a safety car? They tend to stay on the tarmac. They've got massive flashing lights on the top. Like, what the heck? Dear. Luckily, it wasn't her or anything, so that's what makes it funny. But yeah. Even some of the ones who have been injured and could have been greats, they didn't have it for me. They're not like James Hunt had character, even though I never saw him race, but met him after. Mansell had character. Met Damon Hill at a private party at a friend's place, and that was highly entertaining. I've shown up at a barbecue. I've looked around and I've been told it's a barbecue. I've shown up in jeans and a t-shirt, folding chair, bag with some beers in it. You know what I mean? Everyone's in like ball gowns and suits. I'm like, oh no, oh no, 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 no. And I've spotted one guy who sat there. He's got white hair, jeans, and he's just sat there like chill as hell. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll go and put my chair next to his. Didn't even recognise him. And so I've sat down next to him, and girlfriend at the time, his house it was, sort of came over. She was like, do you guys know each other? I was like, I've kind of looked at him and gone, well, he's familiar. And Damon Hill's obviously gone, oh no, he's just sat down. And yeah, oh, okay. And wandered off the other way. And I've sort of gone over and got some food and stuff. And you realise you're sat next to Damon Hill? I'm like, really? Oh, he's a nice bloke. Because, yeah, good conversation, but fairly quiet. I think, by memory, he lived nearby at the time. Long time ago. So, yeah, then carried on doing the meet and greet to family and stuff. That was the reason I was there. But never really understood the connection between those two. Still. Suppose I really shouldn't worry about getting half a bucket full with this machine. Still be 10 meters squared. Or cubed, rather. Cubed. 10 to the 3. Yeah, cubed. Sorry, for 20 years I spent my life working in square meters, not cubed. Carpets don't come in 3D. Generally flat, you know what I mean? Here we go. Let's get some real machine time running here. If people want me to do some Space Engineers streaming, I'm going to have to think of something better to do with it. Something to build. Likewise, I'm probably going to have to think about getting decorative with this mine fairly soon. So that coal deposit's either got paid up behind it or on top of it. Sorry about the snarl there. Thinking about punk lyrics. Bad move. I have these thoughts sometimes. They go through my head and they're not right. Really not right. The UK's got a migration problem, as we all know. My thought was to divide them up like by what they wanted to various places in the world. So if they were starving, send them to the States because you guys do the best food. If they want to work, leave them here because we need our economy rebuilding. And if they want to have a family and children and everything, they really need to go somewhere that's not occupied. Somewhere with a low population, maybe the Falkland Islands. Oh, kind of a British protectorate. It's kind of the UK. It's a long way from here. And it needs more people. Horrible thoughts. Comedy thoughts as well. I know it's never going to happen. But interesting enough, if you think back when the Titanic sank and what the Titanic was carrying when it sank compared to when the Great Depression happened. So yeah, lessons from history, people. Lessons from history. Definitely some different discoloration in that pay dirt there. Wonder if that's some kind of metal deposit. Definitely need the different machine that separates everything out into different boxes and stuff. That'll be useful. Very useful. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute. I'm starting to not be able to feel my bum. Everything's gone numb. And not in a Lincoln Parkway. $1.2 mil. Oh, okay. Fair enough. This machinery's doing well. Okay. It's low fuel, it's coffee time, and that machine needs rebuilding. Okay. Autosave as well. Here we go. I'm moving that fuel tank further up the hill. That's dire. Like that gearbox has got nothing. I blew an engine on my Land Rover. It filled with water, and I bent a cylinder rod, and basically one of the cylinders wasn't firing, so it went from a 4-cylinder to a 3-cylinder, and it had more power uphill than that. When I say I flooded it, I went into a river that was too deep and sucked water into the engine. It still dragged me out the other side. So, like, you can say what you like about Land Rovers. They did build a tough one in the Defender. No wonder they wanted to ban it, get rid of it. So we can't buy Defenders in this country that are made here anymore, but China are knocking them out. And another company called Grenadier are knocking them out. The Grenadier one's meant to be pretty good, by the way. I would have bought Grenadier in the future, but I don't think it's going to happen now. Okay. So once again, we'll give that 5 or 10 minutes, and it should stop running. Leave a message for the folks. Oh, I don't know if you heard that, but my back just gave the worst crack ever. However, it does feel sort of good. Sort of. I don't know. All right. So, back in a bit. I'm going to ruminate on my machine design. am back. Slack that up there. Right. Yeah, I am back in the room. Check messages. Aren't any there? Cool. Right. Get rid of the hood. Hey. It's not a very nice evening out there. It's a bit cold, it's dark, and it's wet. Reminds me of my ex. Anyhow, terrible night for astronomy. Overcast, cloud. Last night was much better, crisper, clearer. Yeah. I quite often spend a lot more time outside than I am at the moment, either as astronomy or sat next to my wood burner. So, rebuilding this machine. The hold up is in the merge blocks. It's all right on the hoppers. Coming down into there, these stop running fairly quickly, but after that, it seems to take forever to go through. And it's because of those merge blocks there, right? Yeah, we're going to do the full rebuild. Definitely the full rebuild. We go the whole hog. Le porc entire. Let's go. See how quickly I can build a bigger machine. Error, Coco, error. Start from the top and work my way down. Because otherwise I'm never going to reach these bits that are up in the air, and I don't like the way it looks, so let's go this way. Why is it when I'm doing this kind of work on the machines, I start thinking the theme music from Wallace and Gromit every time? The question is, what am I going to do about that poll on my site? I mean, it's a dead heat, 50-50. Someone's got to vote. Like, someone's going to have to vote. Space engineers are out of order to settle this. Otherwise, I'm going to be having to set up a schedule of streaming, which is going to be weird. I've only been doing it for 2 days, and we're already into scheduling. My word. Don't know the best way to do this, really. Suppose I could do it day on one, day on the other, or mornings and evenings. On the bright side, when I'm out on a break or whatever, space engineers, there's a good chance that something will pop up and try and kill you. Depending on how you set your bases up and where you're living, that kind of thing. Get rid of all these books. So they're bound to get in the way at some point. The irony is the more times you sort of do this and rebuild your machinery, the quicker it is to build next time, because it's all just sat in your inventory ready to go, so you don't have to sit there and buy it all again. Kind of useful. That was an error. Goddamn bang. Right, there we go, that's better. Is it going to crash? Nope. Okay, cool. So you may wonder why I'm is it going to crash? But it crashed on me at 4 hours last time, but that was in the multiplayer mode, and this is in single. So maybe things will be a little improved. We will see. It may have just been a random conflict. I was driving near the fuel point and the machine was bouncing around. Combine that with an autosave point and that might cause a problem. Don't know. Okay. So, we've got this here. So the first thing we're going to want is dunk, dunk, dunk. And that means that we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Conveyor downs, 1, 2. I should leave a face there, which will allow the hoppers to go in. Cool. Bet you this deletes what I've just built rather than the blocks. Oh no. Awesome. Right. Yeah. Everything's got to be a multiple of 4 or 6 now, depending on what you're building. Because if you don't use merge blocks and stuff, it becomes very much easier to calculate what you're building. Did I? I did. I'm an imbecile. There they are. Go one more. Because I want enough drop to get down that. Those can go back up there because I'm not going to be using them. Shift the lefts onto the left-hand side. Put the conveyor rights on the right-hand side. That'll help me remember which one's which. Move the sorters up there for the moment, even though I'll need them again in a minute, because I want that one and that one. Right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Giving me those out that way. And then we want 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Yeah, that'll be the best way of doing it. No, it isn't. I was going to do it that way. It's working out what I'd done wrong there compared to the plan I just came up with down in my little shed. Yes, I have a shed. All Englishmen have a shed who build stuff anyway, or are in any way creative. It's sort of the place we go. Yeah. Here I am worrying about the future and whether I'm going to have enough space for everything that I'm going to do and that kind of thing. But realistically, let's just get it built. Move it later if I need to. If I get multiplayers in here, I'll get a friend to help me out. So that's 4 sorters. Okay. And then we're going to have straight away coming out of those, the wash pots. Yeah, it looks kind of bad when we're all close together like this because they all merge, but gonna be honest, it makes building much easier and it makes for a much more closed-in machine. So that's why it's being done this way. So yeah, we're going to need 1, 2, 3. Because this is dirt out. One, 2, 3. And we'll put the... Yeah, I got a few of them. There we go. Gonna need them again. Move them out for the moment. So this is the mud hopper. Where does that end up anyway? Right under there. Okay. Go on, go in there. There we go. Let's not mess about. Let's get some more explosives down. That did the job. Get rid of that last piece of Dreamlight anyway. F1's the help button, by the way, if you happen to miss your quick key. That was an unexpected thing to suddenly pop up, but nice to know. Once again, it's that mounting it on the bottom of the block bit that's messing that up. So you have to go one lower. Nice. Okay. You're probably wondering what I'm messing around with doing here, but doing something I don't normally do, and that's putting in some decorative support structure. I need the practice. Okay. Right, so that's the waste mud going straight into there, or dirt, as it were. Spoil. Yeah, spoil will do. Okay, so that's going to be all golden metals coming out the top there. That might be best to go up to storage unit over there. Yeah. Let's do it with lots of multiple component. Be crazy. So I'm guessing, as it said, there was a memory management problem, that we've probably got a bit of a problem with the game there. Oh no. Steam's deciding to do an update. Now, what's going on with this? Don't worry, I'm getting the game back up and running. It's just taking a minute. Okay. Still coming up. Here we go. Okay, we're back in the room. Let's hide that stupid window that YouTube uses. We're back here again. Okay. That's fine. I feel like that girl in Jurassic Park. We're back in the car again. That mission has reset itself. Okay. Yeah. Until they do another update on Out of Ore, perhaps I might go over to Screaming Space Engineers. That's a changeover for the morning. I'm going to finish with getting this machine built first. That way I can just drop straight back into it. So, yeah. Oh, I wish YouTube's copyright wasn't so bad. I would love to have some music with something like this. Really would. But hang on. Here's a question. What happens if you rate it for educational use? I wish to teach people the finer points of 90s punk. May as well take the mission points again. See if it crashes the game as it completes. Okay. Sorry, as evening goes on, I'm probably going to get a bit quieter as I get more tired and it gets later. Just the way it is. I'm not messing around this time. We're going small as I can. The funny thing is, I know for a fact that this machine works. So because I'm probably going to need that much for it. I hate being stood that close to stuff that explodes. There we go. Next time, look away from the flash. Heard the set of instructions before. Oh yeah, the coal seam definitely extends this far. Okay. It's kind of cool. Maybe the game doesn't like you doing this kind of thing, but we'll find out. At least I'll have something to ask the developer in the morning. That's no good to me. Do I go to the left or do I go to the right? Change my mind. Go to the right. Go to the left even, sorry. Incidentally, the crash, I think, was a Windows crash caused by a memory issue, but I'm not entirely sure. So if you're suffering things like that, let me know in the comments, and I will let the developer know. But I think they're probably working on that one. I seem to remember there was comments about that kind of thing a little while back in the developers sort of fault report bit. So that'll do. There is coal all under this by the looks of it, so this machine will probably end up getting moved. That wasn't the button I meant to push. That'll do though, that'll do. Get rid of some of those, just because they look absolutely horrible against that pipe. So do they. Right, so dirt out is set. I'm not doing that again if it crashes. End of story. You're going to see me saving a lot more. Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. Okay. Kind of looking forward to when the next version comes out. It's kind of hard. I've seen ahead. I know there's better things coming, you know. Hopefully a version that doesn't have a memory leak crash in it, but we'll see. I can't be getting hungry again already. It wasn't that long ago that I ate. No, I could be wrong about that. It's 2 in the morning. It might have been a little bit longer ago than I think that I was eating. Oh, I see it. Just dropped it in the wrong box, and you don't have to empty the bar. You can just drop something over the top and it pings back into the inventory. That's pretty cool. Didn't realize it did that. So coal and gravel will come out the bottom. Coal and stone will come out the bottom. All the other value bits come out of the top. So all the metals and everything come out of the top. All of the bits out of there come out of the top. So in theory, excuse me a minute, just sort out my little glovey things. The secret of warm hands, they are made out of old socks. You have to understand, as a tradesman who works in his socks, I used to wear out a lot of socks. They just end up with holes in the heel or the toe just from gripping the carpet all the time, pushing the stretcher. So, yeah, you find ways of recycling them. Obviously, you give them a wash first. Yeah, various things have been made out of them, including draft excluders, little pop sock gloves, things to fill out the inside of my combat gear when I was doing airsoft, just so it didn't rub so badly. A few different things. Let's just check that everything's actually working properly on the stream now. Okay. Well, it all appears to be running. Don't know what those green lights are about on the bottom of that, though. Shall have to look that up. So rich stuff comes out here, rich stuff comes out of there. I want it to go back that way anyway. Yeah. It's going to be tight. We'll see how this goes. Let's let another one down just for chucks. Just for chuckles. Now, that is a good question. Can you still do that? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. JP. You think these minor mistakes are bad? You haven't played Space Engineers yet. mistakes in space engineers are a lot worse because you tend to only find out about them after your ship has turned into a fireball or a lump panel. But hey. How many blocks down is it? Only the one. So we do need to come down 3, 4. That'll be the right sort of place, maybe. Don't know. I'm probably going to end up moving this. Just drop it over the top, JB. What are you thinking? Actually run out of conveyor lifts. Interesting. Don't crush my own toes against my own leg. That's dumb. All right. Error. Error, error, error. Big error. Just realised what I was about to do. Those bottom ones go out to the crushers. It's the top ones that need to go into the valuables box. Okay. So those come in that way. That goes up that way. Let's change that up a little. That's how it's probably going to end up happening. This may be an error, but see what happens. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought was going to happen. I feel like I might have built this shape before. Deja vu. Leave that there. It's going to be needed. guessing from how often I keep making the same mistake doing that I may well have had it set up differently before on the keys. Gosh, I've got a craving for a marmalade sandwich right now. Can't eat it. Give me a massive headache. It involves oranges, and it'll be like instant as well. However, there are times. Ooh, now that's annoying. Can't have that. Okay. Can have that though. That's how it's going in. That's better. I'm going to fall off doing this. Bound to. Uh-oh. Didn't think about that one. Okay. It's okay. This is going to be a fun one. I don't know whether these things spread out as they fall or not, but hopefully not. Why do they look aligned? Because they do, but never mind. Bear up. Bear through. I think. Oh no, it clears. Okay, we'll take that. So the stuff out the bottom here will be going through to the crushers. To be fair, that's utterly stupid. Let's not do it that way. looks absolutely horrible, but it will do the job. Since I believe I'm probably going to have to move it again anyway, so. That's one way to get rid of trees, is explosives. I'd forgotten that. That wasn't what I meant to do. Should be enough space to do what I want to do. Was it the autosave that crashed it last time? Maybe. I think that's a perfect half hour from when the crash was. So, yeah, that's an indicator that that might be what's going on. Okay. Do I do this? Or yeah, I haven't got space for the corner, so it's going to have to be this way. Why do things have to be this way? Oh, brilliant, Mr. JP. Brilliant. You are on fire with the brain tonight. Awesome. Okay. I haven't got one. Okay. Jeez. Really? Really? Ugh. That has worked out wonderfully. That's cool. I like it. So that comes out of there. That comes out of there. Don't think we've got any blank bits, which is cool. I will remove these bits of block that I don't like. I really do want to meet whoever came up with the European Schengen Agreement. You know, because like free movement and everything sounds great and really attractive, but it goes absolutely against all human evolution. We've always fought to defend our turf. That's the way it is. What the Schengen Agreement in Europe does is turn the populations of countries into clouds of locusts that go where the economy is good, make their money and leave. Behind them, they leave a destroyed economy that's been hemorrhaging money. They've been sending it home. They don't reinvest it. So yeah, different viewpoint on that one. Just going by what the effect was on the economy in 2005 when we started getting massive amounts of Polish tradesmen coming over, it was hell. It meant that tradesmen couldn't afford apprentices, and so you ended up with a shortage of trades for the next few years once all the Poles decided that, you know, economically the situation wasn't so good, so they all disappeared again. Nothing against them, it's not their fault. The situation economically was in their favour. You know, a week's money here was 3-4 months' money back in Poland. Doesn't take a mathematical genius, does it? I don't need the dream height. Don't think I need those sorters. What have I done here? Why don't I? Let's go through trommels. So the poor stuff goes down through there. Rich stuff goes up there. That's what I've missed. May as well build the full machine whilst we're here. I just sold the dream one, didn't I? Numpty boy. Numpty boy. Aye. Don't mind conveyors going underground, but moving parts on trommels with dirt sticking through them is not going to be a good look. That's a bit better anyway. Gonna need more of that then. So that'll get a machine down here. And I don't want to do that right now. That's about to crash. Pretty sure this game is about to crash. We'll see what happens. Every time I use explosive, I think the memory leak's getting worse. This is one to discuss with people. This needs mentioning to the people. But the new version that is going to be coming out soon, because it always is, will probably improve this. So this will now produce coal and gravel out the bottom and rock out the top. So we're going to have rich stuff, we're going to have coal and gravel. So ideally I want the rich stuff to go back round to this hopper, but I don't quite see how I can do it without... yeah, of course, that will work. I'll just extend outwards like that. Yeah, okay, I think got it. Done. It's not going to be like that. I'm going to need a load of them. Did it right. 3 more. 7 more. Five more. Yeah, that'll do the job. Sparks and flashy bits everywhere. Right. Such an idiot. There we go. Total idiot. Utter plum. Just delete my block. Stupid. Definitely getting time for me to sleep, I think. I'm starting to get slow. Unreal. You know when you have that feeling of it'll never work, and then all of a sudden things start working out? I think we're in that situation. Yeah. Sure, it's connected up properly. Always good. That one can stay. It's too annoying to get rid of. I see you, funny guy. I just realised what I've done. This is going to take some remite to get out of. Right. It's all right, just considering my options there. Use up the last of the Dreamite to expand that. For the moment, let's just think this one through a little. Let's just see where it goes. Don't like it. May as well have the harvest. It's not a bad line though. I like it. Need the depth. Need the rewind. I need to take out shares in Alfred Noble. Jeepers. Forgot about the second one. May look ridiculous what I'm doing, but at least I'm getting a good idea of what's down here. Beats drilling. Wow, a yawn. It must be getting near 4 a.m. I normally go to sleep at about 4 or 5 in the morning for a few hours. Dee, dee, dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dun, 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 dun. Dee, 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 dee. So nearly close to done on this build. Do, do, do. Okay. Nice. Don't like it. That's better. I like that more. And that's what I mean by the 4-way is a much bigger build. As you can see, there's a lot of awkward piping and craziness going on here, but eventually it should mean that most of the valuable metals end up in here, over there, and from here, what on earth ends up in here? Or is that just leftovers? That's just leftovers. Bum, 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 bum. Bit better. Still not that keen. It'll have to do. Dee, dee, dee. Dee, dee, dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, dee, dee. No. There we go. Try the right tool. When you use the wrong tool for the job, say hello to Keir Starmer. The wrong tool for the job. Love that term for someone. Tool. It's brilliant. Sums things up in so many good ways. Alright, dump that one. Dump that one. Don't want that either. Yeah. Can stay. Can go. I didn't want to do that. Hang on a second. Coal's going to end up in there. Okay, yeah, we just start manually selling stuff. We've still got over 1 million. Don't be stupid, JP. Jeez. That was done. Starting to yawn like crazy. Time to get digging. To be fair, I know why I'm yawning. I'm getting cold. It's that time of day. Let's not do what I've done before and seal the cable inside the zip and wonder why I can't get my headset off fast. There we go. It's better. So anyone who didn't believe there was a heating crisis in the UK, there is. And heat pumps are not the way, because the moment everyone in the country, around, I think the number will be 80% of people have a heat pump, they will put the cost of electricity through the roof. It's actually a written down plan somewhere. I saw an article about it. So yeah, think about that one before you install an all-electric heating system, people. Heating with electric's already more expensive than gas, and methane's a renewable resource. It is not a fossil fuel, don't believe the hype. It's proved in about the 1700s. At the end of the day, bacteria generate methane. That's why they're giving chemicals to cattle to stop them farting, because Denmark has started to tax farmers for the amount of methane their cattle produce. I can tell you this much. Start keeping them all in boxes like veal calves and bottle the atmosphere and use it as fuel to power the farm. Job done. Are they going to charge them for all the methane that comes off the cow pats? Because I'm pretty sure that once the bovire's gone through and the cow pats are out in the field, the bacteria that create methane are going to be on it like, you know, flies on muck. All right, so that's a couple of spoonfuls of coal. Let's just see where that's going. Make sure it's going through. It's going through all right. So what's that mission about? Base load. 52,000 coal. Now, complete base load 52,000 coal might be a nice place to end my stream for the evening. Or I might carry on. I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments bar whether you want me to carry on or this is how it starts. I put something like that up. You say carry on, I carry on gaming, I drive myself too far, and we end up as a headline tomorrow with gamer killed by viewers. Classic. It's not going to happen. I'm tougher than that. I mean, if a doctor can't kill you. Though they probably fought very hard to save my life once they'd realised what had happened, because they knew that if I died, it was their job. Amazing how that motivates people. It's how I've worked in every job I've been in. If you don't do it right, you'll get fired. It's a problem with unions and being protected. It slows down motivation. Yeah, I wasn't very motivated as an employee in my 20s and 30s, but there was a lot of bad stuff going on in my life now. I was being underpaid and treated like crap. So we're talking bullying the works. As an apprentice, you are the bottom of the pile, but they kept me on my apprentice wages for basically 5 years before raising things to a wage which could be considered minimal. And that was 10 years. So being an apprentice, mate, it's definitely worth leaving after you're trained. Go get another job somewhere else, get a pay rise. You will never be accepted as an equal in a company where you've been apprentice unless it's a large one where you can transfer department. I didn't make any money till I went self-employed, and I had to start taking it seriously as well. And by that I mean van, tools, that kind of thing. Once you set up, you can start making real money, but if you're going to half-buy it, it never works. I suppose I should probably pour some dirt and pay dirt through just to see if I still get paid for it. Oh yeah, there's still money going in, so there's still dirt going through. Definitely. Awesome. This is where it turns up. I wired it all up the wrong way around and I'm chucking all the gold and everything and just keeping the dirt. Wouldn't be the first time I've done something stupid like that late at night. Should have seen some of the mess I've made of the pipework in Space Engineers before now. Likewise, programming bits in that. I don't know how to use the programming blocks, by the way. I know you can just cut and paste programs into them, but I prefer to learn how to write them, but I just haven't got around to it. However, I'm quite good with the event controllers and the logic blocks and that kind of thing. So I say logic blocks. That's Minecraft. I mean event controllers, broadcast controllers, and timer blocks. Being an electronics engineer, when I played Minecraft, I was always in the redstone. My mates come into my base, they'd be like, dude, the door opened for me, it's shut behind me, you've got an airlock that floods with lava, what the heck's going on? And like, there's so much wiring under the floor, it's unreal. Sort of gone downstairs and there's just like it's about a 2 square kilometer cavern full of wiring to just run my base. But yeah, good fun building logic gates and stuff. Yeah, I miss Minecraft. At the same time, I don't want to play it again. I need Minecraft with a more advanced graphics set. I know that Hydroneer is a bit like it, and Astroneer is a bit like it, but likewise Factorio, I think it's like that. But if But they are very factory-orientated games, and I already own one of those. And even though it doesn't appear to be supported anymore and hasn't been since the start of the COVID crisis, so I hope the game developer's still alive, because that was something that someone pointed out in the comments, like, you're slating him, but he might be dead. Look at the date that it was last updated, and it's like, oh. But with the start of the COVID crisis and money and that kind of thing, it might just be that they've changed career. Happens. I do like the way the bucket changes colour like that now. That's good. I suppose I could bring the roller in again and smooth stuff out. That'd probably help me out. But or compactor, as it's technically known. I know roller's a very English term, but we do call them compactors over here. Compactors have the vibrator on, and a roller's generally plain. But most people in the UK wouldn't know the difference if it came up and smacked them in the face, unless they're in the field, of course. If you work in construction, you'll know the difference. If you work around construction, you'll know the difference. When it goes past on the road outside on a half-finished construction site, it doesn't half shake the house you're working in. Yeah, good fun. Desperately trying to do something really fine on a cut, and all of a sudden the work material you're working on starts moving around on its own. Okay, I won't cut this piece of vinyl until you've gone past then, as you're delicately trying to cut around some stupid curve or something. And vinyl's 1/10 of a millimeter perfect. If you're out, you're out. It's cut wrong and it's over. I've replaced more than one piece of that because I've sort of twitched as I'm doing it. And the first bits I fitted were a nightmare. They had to be redone. But I was told that's always the way. So, and that was in my first 6 months. I was fitting carpet, but not fast and not well. Sort of had to go over it again after I fitted it and stretch it out again and recut and a few things. But yeah, you get there. You get there in the end. Also, the material we were working with at the time was a bit dodgy. The carpet companies were changing the backing on the carpet from one type to another, and they hadn't got it right. It was a very flexible, very nice piece of carpet, but you had to fit it in a certain way, otherwise it went horrendously wrong. And they'd had a lot of returns from fitters who were saying it was unfittable and a few other things. They came down to us and were like, guys, how do you find this brand of carpet? You're selling a lot of it. It's like, oh, yeah, it's a bit of a pain and nightmare to fit, but once it's down, it looks really nice. It's really flexible too. It's great for this, that, and the other. Oh my God. And you're managing to fit it perfectly fine. You're not getting comebacks, stretching, bubbling, warping. Nope. Okay. Keep working with it. And then be ready to teach everybody. And they actually sent a team from the company down to learn off of us how to fit it before they could go off and tell all the other fitters the trick that we were using, which was kind of funny. So yeah, a bit later on, that same company was headhunting. I should probably have gone to work for them as a rep, but repping is sales, and sales is not me. I'm not good at selling. Someone asks me to tell them the truth about a product, I will, and that doesn't necessarily sell it. But an engineer who lies about the capabilities of the equipment that he's selling someone or using or teaching someone to use is probably going to get in trouble. So that's why engineers don't big stuff up. In fact, engineers who big stuff up build things stupid like the 737 MAX. Anyone who thought an aircraft that's designed to put the nose down automatically without any way for the pilot to override it other than a 5-second window, which is not long enough to recover the aircraft and stop the system kicking back in again, is an imbecile. Like, that's a programming fault of all programming faults. So yeah, and that's what crashed that aircraft a couple of times. The computer just gets into a loop and puts the nose down. When the pilot tries to pull it back up, it detects that the nose is going up and it puts it back down again to prevent the stall, even when it's above stall speed. And the irony is, the reason it's there is that it's fitted to in-flight refueling aircraft. And it's designed that in the event of a breakaway, where the aircraft who is tanking the receiver is suddenly has to pull away, the receiver will push the nose down to maintain separation, and the tanker aircraft does as well, and that flicks the tail up into the air. So yeah, when the nose goes down like that, the recovery system sort of makes sure it doesn't, or if the nose goes up, it keeps everything sorted out. In the case of the 737 MAX, I used it to modify a fault in the aircraft's handling where the engines are mounted too far forward, so it is inclined to stall. So they fitted a system to stop it happening instead of, designing a better aircraft. Because if you upgrade your engines and they don't fit the vehicle, then you either design a better vehicle, or you don't do it. There's no point in fitting a bigger engine in a vehicle like this. Like a piece of heavy equipment. If you fit a bigger engine, you're going to need a bigger drivetrain. You're going to need better axles, a few different things. If you fit bigger engines on an aircraft, you're going to need reinforced ring struts. You're going to need probably additional fuel tanks. You're going to have to check the center of gravity is correct. What you can't do is take the center of gravity of the engine and move it forward of the original centers of gravity of the engine without causing trouble. It just doesn't work. Anyone who's played Kerbal Space Program and tried to move engines around on a working space plane will understand what I mean. It doesn't take a genius. And whilst Kerbal isn't 100% accurate, the maths it uses are very real world. And like, for instance, I was in JPL website learning how to do things. So yeah. The Kerbal Space Program 2 debacle eats my soul. But I understand why it never came off. They're talking about a multiplayer world where you can jump faster than light drives and a few other things. And to do that in a game where you can fast forward time and missions can be years long in the original, to a game where time is locked because there's multiplayers involved unless you all agree to fast forward time, just doesn't work. Friend and I, we discussed the problems of Kerbal Space Program and that for quite a long time, because we wanted to build Minecraft in space, which is what Space Engineers is basically. But we wanted to go a little bit further with the environment and everything. But we just looked at it and we're like, yeah, you can't sync up the timestamps. There's just no way for two players to be in the place and fast forward at different times. It's just not going to work unless you separate the systems and have them as individually timed areas. But if you fast forward time when your friend's satellite's coming through and he needs to do a burn, then he's going to have to interrupt that time, fast forward, and yeah, just nightmare. I still bought Kerbal Space Program 2 to support the program though, and then finding out that there was no developers even there, because they could have developed Kerbal Space Program 2 into exactly the same thing as Kerbal Space Program 1, same features, same this, same that, and just giving it a better graphics and physics set. Yeah. Of course, employing people who worked on Kerbal Space Program 1 and Kerbal Space Program 2 would probably have helped them out. It would have at least given them access to perhaps the original code. See if we can meet that high demand now. Halfway, 27,000 there. That was something that scared my cardiologist. He needed to do a mathematical equation, and he hadn't even got the calculator out before I gave him an answer. And when he did it on the calculator, I was 0.02 out. I didn't think 0.02 was going to matter when you're talking about an artery that's measured in millimeters. You're talking about 100th of a millimeter. So yeah. I've really loaded up that third wheel along. The third processor along in the pack, as we look at it, is probably pretty full now. I need to start stopping short of the hopper and dumping close. Like that. That should help. I just heard a strange noise from my machine, as in my computer, so I'm going to quickly just do a save. And I know that sounds weird, me saying that, but I can actually physically hear electronic circuits kicking around and switches and fans coming on and that kind of thing, and know that it's starting to work hard and it might be about to have a memory failure. I am familiar with Out of Ore and what it does to my computer. It's like a little while back, people were telling me there was no memory leak. I'm like, no, the longer I play for, the faster my fans are rolling. This thing's eating energy, and I can hear like drives going and that kind of thing. And I'm like, no, you can't, no, you can't. A little while later, they're like, yeah, we've got memory leak. It was the game was starting to crash like reliably every half hour, and that's something spooling up and filling up. You know it is. So yeah, when your fans on your PC just continue to get faster and faster as it gets warmer and warmer, and it's working harder and harder, the program's got a problem. And it's a base maths error, I think, in the way the software works with the hardware. I hate software, but yeah, it's still present in the game somewhere. Fairly sure of it. $36 done. This will make things a lot easier. got to go in here with the roller. Go around the corner, get a refill. Right. 20, 40, 50. Just like that. Pretty sure I got 338 silicon. 310, you rat bag. Guess we open up some more hole in the wall. Oh, come off it. That isn't even funny. One more. Programmed. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, we're going to be back up to 1.5 million, which is kind of cool. So that's pretty much 2 million. Okay. Crikey. Car that just went past wasn't not hanging around. I hope that was a police officer. Because that was going fast. I'm a fair distance from the road. If you hear them go past, they're fast. probably the most boring bit of the game that he's doing. And once I'm no longer working on this slope, it'll be a bit easier. In the fact that the terrain will be more level from the cutting. You'll have to excuse me, I'm getting very tired now. Starting to yawn my head off. Probably also coming on time for another coffee. Don't want to dehydrate. Hydration is key, hydrate or die. What was advertised as hydrate or die? Was it Lucasade? Need to make one of these with a double width roll. That'd be awesome. Or on the chassis of that big loader. People who go to work early in the morning really like going fast. That's the second one that's come past like a rocket. This is chasing the first one. Probably a police training day. They like this road for training. Yeah, if I turn that off, it'll move faster. Okay. I wonder how much gold and stuff I haven't got. Okie dokie. Sorry, just checking messages, peeps. Okay. Well, that was sharp. Come in with a roller. First cut. Spill it everywhere. Clever. Clever, JP. Yeah. 10 to 5 in the morning. I should really take a break. Ew, that doesn't look pretty. That looks like a mid-air voxel. It is a mid-air voxel. Drag that out there. having a quick check around, make sure nothing's blocking up or doing anything crazy. Doesn't appear so, which is good. No obvious leaks or piles. Yeah, excellent. That was a clock striking 5 a.m. Okay. Alright. Save the game, take another break, and then I've either got to have breakfast or some sleep. I'm not even sure anymore. I'm just 8 hours behind. It's only 10 in the evening over in the States. So, yeah. I'd forgotten about that. I only had 3 hours sleep or so last night, so at some point really should get a whole night in. I think the last time I had a whole night was 4 days ago. Just come up to the watchtower to get a perspective on where I'm working. Sort of trying to compare it in my head to other mines I've dug and how big they are. And that looks like a lovely patch of gold to go into. Looking forward to busting that out. Check messages. That's so. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. Oh. Nothing else. I think I've got to stand up before my feet go to sleep. Along with everything else below my waistline. Ooh. That wasn't the back that time. Sorry, if you're wondering what I'm up to, I'm just rolling in preparation for a break, which is why the screen is a bit stationary. Just sniggering because I keep on finding little lumps of wire on the floor where I'm making these tiny little ring things for the armour. They are fiddly as anything. And they have a sharp edge that stops you sort of closing them up and getting a nice finish. So I've been cutting those off. 2 per ring, 40 rings for maybe a 12-inch long run, an inch wide. So it takes a long time and a lot of cuts to make a suit of chainmail. I didn't realise quite how involved it was, or guess you could say how fiddly and exacting. One little mistake and the whole thing looks wrong. And I have definitely made a mistake on this one, I think. But we shall see. Doesn't look like chainmail, it looks more like what's underneath a bedspread. You know, the springy bits that are underneath a mattress in certain types of beds. It just doesn't look right. But I'm sure I shall figure out what I've done wrong at some point. Difficult one, really, when you're trying to learn something and you haven't got a clue. And no mentor or guide. Did all my learning for the trades of watching other people, so I guess it's going to be a case of YouTube and learn some patterns. Not really the sewing type. But this chainmail stuff's got more in common with embroidery in some ways. Never mind. If anyone's worried about my exhaustion levels, don't worry. I've done 48 hours of weight straight whilst working before now. So this little bit isn't so bad. Oh, that was the theme music to Futurama. Okay. As I say, bits of music just float through my head all the time. Futurama is cool, though. Funny as anything. Which character do you relate to most in Futurama? Nibbler. Definitely Nibbler. I've just realised that the light in the corner of my room here is reflecting off the green skirting board, and that's why I look a bit funky. One side of my face appears green. It's a reflection of the skirting board. Well, I said it earlier. I just saw a headline that says Donald Trump spends foreign aid to somewhere. Good plan. If your country's got a money problem, last thing you want to do is give it away. Makes sense. He is a businessman. I've always had a bit of a problem with like the whole sending money abroad from this country to other countries. My problem's based around the fact that we send an awful lot of money to India, which is fine. What isn't fine is the fact that the Indian space program costs exactly the same amount as how much we send them a year. That may have changed in recent times, but mainly because their space program has massively increased its spending, so the chances of the British aid covering it now is pretty low, but a while back it was exactly the same. And that was when they were launching rockets into space, so it's not like it was when it was in development. I don't get how a nuclear-armed nation requires our aid, but there we go. Just seems a bit ridiculous. It's like the idea of sending aid to various other places like France. Yeah, you're a nuclear-armed nation. Are we sending you our aid, or are we actually bribing you not to do anything stupid with those bombs? Tough question. Funny thing is, the Indian nuclear program isn't that well known, but it's incredibly well advanced, to the point they might have weapons production. They were trying to purchase a Russian nuclear ballistic missile submarine a little while back as well, which but the Russians wanted to give them a second-hand, worn-out one, and the the Indians wanted a new one, so that didn't happen, which is actually kind of good. What they call dissemination of technology, and you want to avoid it when it comes to this kind of thing. Yeah, it's a Russian ship, but it's still got all the tech on it, you know? So yeah, going to be an interesting world fairly soon. You might find that the Aussie submarines that they've ordered that might not come off or get made or whatever might end up in blooming India, and that will not please the Aussies because it's right on their doorstep. Effectively, you know, in ballistic missile terms. Crikey. It's the eyeballs that are tired. These things. I've got half a dozen down here on the top of a tea tray thing. And tell you what, staring at these things, trying to get them lined up, trying to get the ends look right. When your eyes are tired, don't do it to yourself. Yeah, that's about that. Okay. Next one. A little bit of metal for the bin. And another one in the tin. There we go. At least that didn't mess up. Okay. Cigarette time. Another little piece of metal. Should really work on this stuff somewhere else than where I sit. I'm going to end up with lumps of copper in me. Oh well. It's not like I've got much more space to work in, so hence why I'm sat on the floor. There's not enough room in here for any kind of gaming gear like a chair. So yeah. Crikey. See the little tiny rings and little tiny bits of metal, or it's me pulling the little stuff and horrible bits out the backy. Jeepers. Wire cutters. That broken nail's really annoying. I tried trimming it with a pair of scissors and I just cut the thing off with the wire cutters. That's better. Scissors just didn't do it, just kept running. So yeah, I'll see what happens with that. Right, I'm tired. This is normally when I start to twitch and spasm when trying to do things. Let's see if I can roll this. Yeah, okay. It's funny. It's when you do delicate stuff that it gets you. Everything fine until I picked it up. Then instant problem. I don't know how I'm going to get back to doing soldering and my work on my model railway like this. I really don't. But we shall see. See what goes down in the near future. Hopefully what goes down will be a blooming consultant's salary. But there we go. Let's try that again. Okay, that was pretty horrible tasting. Word of advice, don't ever stick your tongue in tobacco. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. I don't get how people chew it, Let me know in the comments on the video when it's done. How do people survive chewing tobacco if you know? Because I don't. I really don't. It's bitter. It's horrible. I mean, is chewing tobacco a different flavour? Not saying I'm looking for alternatives, but I am. who is it was talking about a chew? Brandon Herrera. I think he's a senator or something in America, but he's also one of the what they call a gun tuber. So brings out interesting weapons like the gyrojet. Very interesting thing. Rocket propelled pistol bullets. Gotta love that. I wondered what kind of madman would want a rocket-propelled pistol, but then I found out it turned out that the gyrojet was built for use in space, so it makes a lot of sense to have a no-recoil self-propelled round. Being a development weapon, it's kind of prone to jamming, and the rounds aren't very accurate, but quite impressive piece of kit. So, do some messaging. That's 6 hours of stream. Is there a limit to this? I don't know. So, ouch. Let's not dump a keyboard on cables. And it's a nice view. Still trying to decide what to do with this mine, really. But that's a lot of coal. And it's a long way down. So, yeah. All right. Right. Yeah, coffee time. So, and I may reappear with a bowl of cereal as well. So, yeah. See you in a few minutes, folks. Back in about 15. Let's go and see what the weather's doing. It was raining. Yeah. Definitely getting a bit late. Or early, whichever way you look at it. The birds are singing. Guessing it's time that the sun's about to come up. I should really get some sleep. However, I'm going to do a little bit more first, so yeah. Then again, there's no one in the stream.